listen up. Okay, listen up. Okay, listen up. Okay, listen up. Okay, listen up. Okay.
Notice what that is. In this brand new asphalt driveway in a parking lot. Okay. We have a black walnut tree over near my car. And the squirrels and chipmunks, whatever, you know, they always raid it. And it's a black walnut shell embedded in the new pavement. One day, a vehicle must have run over it and pushed it right in. So that's why we use black walnut shells as a blast media. A little view of my old module, old taillight module. You notice the difference? You can't even look through that. And I have picture proof that years ago when I first got this, 11 years ago, 11 and a half years ago, I took this apart and cleaned it, just like I did this last one. I gotta change hands here. Yeah, this is a dead plate. I'm not worried. That's not my plate no more. Discontinued. Yeah, this was 100%, you know, clean and clear and everything, and this is what happened over years and years. I didn't use butyl last time, and it wasn't in good shape anyway. I didn't even think about buying another one because of how much they were, you know. And here's the one reflector on there. That's where the Jeep Cherokee hit. Imagine that. It hit perfectly. It hit perfectly right on the reflector. And then also cracked the clear lens. I don't know what that black is. I think that's his paint. It was a black Jeep Cherokee. All this rubber down here molding, of course, flexed and the paint flecked off. So that's easy to repair. I got this adhesion promoter. It's called Bulldog, and you mix it in the. But the mosquitoes back here are horrible. I got something for their asses too. Anyway, there's the old license. Yeah, there's the license plate. Hold on a second. My God. Oh, there. I can't wait to come out here and nuke these. Ugh. There's the license plate light I was talking about. Not built correctly. No other car has them. You know, made for Buick Reattas. And and they're all cracked and crazed and melted inside. Wrong light bulb. Here's the reverse lights that they give you. I mean, there's one there and one there. They're all milky. Who knows if they were clear way back then? No idea. The way this is designed, when rain comes in, there's no drain holes down here. There's like a well in the bottom of the license plate, and it just collects water. And it's like, what the hell? There's no drain holes, nothing in a low place on the outside. Very weird. A Japanese guy designed this, not the entire thing, but he had a big hand in it. You could read up on all that. He designed a lot of cars. I don't think he designed flaws like that, though. I mean, and the molding likes to come loose away from the bumper. Little plastic clips. That's all repairable. He, when he contacted, he hit here. You notice those like little tiny little rub marks. It hit here, and then of course the reflector, and right here. It didn't touch the trunk. I got very lucky. It didn't bend the bumper. It actually recovered. When it bounces back, it comes back more than it ought to. But this is very, very easy to pull back out and adjust. It's like a great big hydraulic oil-filled cartridge. And none of the body lines are messed up or anything. The trunk right here, this can move a little bit, but it didn't contact anything. All this plastic back here is not touched, thank God. These quarter panels, that's a lot of money and a lot of work to replace those. Oof. And the trunk lid and all that. They don't make these anymore. What else? Old bullshit wheels. Yeah, the only actual rust on this car. At the another design flaw. Right here on every Reatta. Okay, it comes off the rear windshield. Notice this great big curve right here. The rain comes down here and then runs down here and goes bang right down to here, and then right here. But that's it. I carved the rust out a few years ago when I had time. I dug it out with an air tool, and then coated it, because I knew I was gonna get to it eventually, Yeah, before when I bought this car, I just drove it occasionally, because the place, here's the other side, and there's the only rust here is right on the edge, just a little bit of cosmetic. But the water runs, you can look at it, it's got tracks right there. The water runs down here and there. But the only rim that holds air is this one. I got all new wheels. I got tired of this garbage anyway. Oh man. So yeah, here's the letters even. It's all oxidized and everything. I'll probably pick those back out and and keep them just in case. You know, yeah, they're $10 a piece on eBay, and when they're gone, they're gone. That's, you know, I could throw those away. Yeah. Another design flaw. Every Reatta, every taillight module that they made, right here, this one post right here breaks when they're putting it in, and they leave it, and they knew about it, and they let it go. They didn't give a crap. Okay, so that's how that goes. All right, rant over. Well, back here in my workshop, and, watch the first video. I'm just making this first. I could walk out to the car and talk later. I've had this probably a month after the accident. I was on my way to local corner convenient place, and it was 2 weeks before Thanksgiving, and I'm at the light with my blinker on, and this, you know, the Reatta tail light, it's got 14 lights in it. You know, if you don't count the 2 marker lights, you got 12 lights when you put the brakes on, plus the third brake light that's in the rear windshield, and so that's 13 lights, and the license plate lights, and all. I mean, you know, it's lit up. It's lit up better than a tractor trailer, you know, trailer. So, or bus, you know. So, and this kid, admittedly texting on the phone, 19-year-old kid with his dad's Jeep Cherokee. I hear him lock up the brakes, and then he hits me. And I watched him coming down the road, looking down, right through my rearview mirror. He was just sitting there at a light. I had my foot on the brake, and the pavement was wet, and it was cold in the evening. It had been raining, and it's a pretty good hill down here. Well, when he hit me, it was like bumper cars. Thankfully, I used to drive for a living. I don't pull up behind people. I don't tailgate people. I was half a car length behind the person in front of me, and I'm glad, because when this kid hit me, he hit me enough to, I kept my foot on the brake, and he pushed the entire car, me and the entire car, like, I don't know, probably just a few feet, you know, okay, because he had his brake on too, and he realized too late, oh shit, what's this red lights in front of me? So, it's got a recoverable bumper on those old, old GM cars, 89 Buick Reatta. It's got the recoverable bumper. I do have to manipulate that a little bit, but the oil shocks work just fine, because it had never been hit before. So, but everything comes out of a little bit of alignment. You use like a come along or like a ratchet thing, or, I mean, something to line it back up again with the rest of the molding. What didn't survive was what's in this box right here. The one driver's side, on my driver's side corner, his bumper hit and crunched all the plastic, and you can see it in the video before this, that I'm just going to walk out and look, and the lights work and all that, and it's just a clear lens, but you can't buy this anymore. You got to buy the whole thing, So it's in New York. It's his fault automatically. I got a clean driving record. I got paid for it, let's say. So I eastcoastreattaparts.com. The man's name is Mark Barker. Excellent excellent job they do over there, repairing and refurbishing and modifying Buick Reattas. You can bring your Reatta over there, you know, order ahead of time what you want, and they'll do it. Whatever color interior, you know, whatever this, and that. And that's why, you know, he's kind of, I'm one of those kind too that's not welcome in the Puritan car clubs, and that's understandable. Those clubs are for keeping that car as original as possible, you know. And then you got the extremists where, you know, I gotta have this certain tire, and I gotta have this certain battery, and I gotta have this certain this and this certain that. Okay, well, if you're recreating a museum piece, yeah, but you know, that's, you know, I don't want a trailer queen. I want the car that I bought used. I'm the third owner. The first two owners just drove it into the ground and abused it. An old man bought it in 1989 from Rancho Cucamonga, California. And he drove it until he got too old and he passed away. And it went to his daughter, and his daughter drove it until it started having problems that nobody could, you know, want to put the money into it. So it went into a couple of charity auction things, and nobody wanted it. One picture online, and nobody wanted it. And I said, hold on to it. I wired him half the money, and my friend and I at the time drove down. He drove down in his pickup truck. He used to drive for a living too. Retired Teamster, that lucky guy. I rented a U-Haul trailer, and we brought it back, and I just paid him gas money, and he bought me lunch. You know, we're just two friends, you know. He loves to drive. He's like, oh yeah, get the hell out of here, you know. He used to take his kid down in New York to watch a baseball game, and then drive back. I mean, you know, it's in our blood when you drive for a living. You know? Anyway, so I'm looking at the packing slip there. I just okay. I can can you read that? EastCoastReattaParts.com. Mark Barker. Yeah. So I've gotten a few things off of him and a couple of other vendors that are very, very kind people. They go out of their way to hoard things that nobody else wants. And this is one of those things. This is from, I'm trying to think when it was. 2019. Yeah, I've had this box for 5 years without opening it. I know what it is, but I've never seen it. Isn't that weird? That's how I am with certain things. I know it's in the box. I've already, you know, but this, I've never even looked at it. So this is a reveal. And these are the parts that I have bought. It's taken me a while because all this costs money. I've managed to put together what I call a modification kit for your Buick Reatta, if you want to do this. It's like a tutorial, I guess. It's going to be long because I'm not into all that quick editing and everything. But it's not going to be that long. I will cut out the, you know, long pauses and things like that. I'm learning how to do that little by little. This is everything to modify what's in this box. Make it modern, way better, and it's really not what you think. I was going to do the modification with LED bulbs and all that, and then I looked at the big picture and I'm like, I don't know. It wasn't what I wanted. So let me put this over here. So, oh yeah, this, in 2019, it was $680. Okay, because a Buick Reatta, low production vehicle, made from 1988 to 1991. A little over 22,000 were made, hand built. No robots, other than just the videos are online. The Craft Center. It had the longest, widest, whatever you want to say, taillight module, uninterrupted taillight module of any car built, even up to now. Every one you look at, if it is long, or the width of the vehicle, part of it is on the trunk lid, or the hatch lid. That's not a whole one continuous module. Well, this is. So I'm gonna open up the main box first. Old bread knife. You gotta be careful when you open up things like this. You don't go cutting through vital parts. Now let me see here. Package it up pretty good. I don't even know what how much one of these would be now, if there's any left. You know, they only made 22,000 of these models, and 88 to 91, they didn't change the layout of the body. It's a GM, what do they call it, E-body platform. What a lot of you Reatta owners might not know, I'm not going to find this out on the club online, Antique Automobile Club of America. They're the ones that really don't like, you know, they have a Buick Reatta division, yes, but if it's about modifying your car, they don't want to know it. They don't want to hear it. You can't post it. If you argue with them, they'll get banned, because it's one of their policies. Way before you join, you have to agree to it. So a lot of people are like, what? You're not going to tell me how to, you know, well, it's, you know, Antique Automobile Club is privately owned and kept alive by its members. Okay, it's not McDonald's, you know. I can't go in there, you know, nobody can go in there and say, hey, you got to do this, you got to do that. It's a private company. Peter Garapi is a nice guy. He's a businessman. And not even a business, because the whole thing runs off of charity from, you know, members. It's out of his kindness of his heart. Hey, I don't want nobody modifying these cars anymore because there's not many left. Well, okay. So. And he's right, in a way. If you want to keep it original or whatever, you know, that's on you, you know. But on the other hand, if you paid for it, and it's yours, in your name, I believe wholeheartedly in that right to repair and all that. Hey Elon, how many videos are going to be on YouTube in 36 years? A Will It Run video about a Tesla. Yeah. All those electronics, and oh yeah, you gotta have the you gotta have all the computers behind the computer. Yeah. Will it run? Yeah. I never actually researched that. What is the life expectancy of a Tesla, whatever model you guys are making? Yeah, this is actually 2 boxes put together. I'm a good man.
Yeah, his Mark's crew there, boy, they really go to that website, man. You check out, testimonials and stuff. A lot of people, because yes, the Reatta's a beautiful car, but man, it's like it's got some issues, dude. It's like this and this and this, and like I said, I don't want a trailer queen or something that barely makes it to the antique. No, I take it out of the barn and I drive it in the parade once a year. Sure, go ahead. Me, I'm going to get groceries. I'm going to, drive around. I want to join our local club that's here. They go to a diner and they drive around and talk whatever. And when I was younger, back in the 80s, around here, they had a place right on the line outside of the main area, and a county deputy of this county would be sitting here with a radar gun, and another usually off-duty police officer would handle things. Everybody was chill. They bought their coolers, and nobody had generators back then. You brought coolers, you brought a radio. Nobody listened to the radio. We were all having hoot and hollering, passing around joints, drinking whatever. Not acting like idiots, not getting drunk. All races, colors, creeds of people there. Okay. It wasn't just a bunch of redneck. No, it's everybody was there, and it would drag, measured out about a quarter mile, and they would drag, and the county guy would sit there with a radar gun, and you weren't allowed to just floor it and act like an idiot. It was who's going to be the quickest time. Well, and that was back then, They didn't have any, nobody had any hyper cars and all that back then. It wasn't a big thing back then. I don't know if there even was anybody around back then that had a. There was one guy. I wasn't friends with him that much. One of my other friends was good friends with him. He had a Lotus. I don't know what model it was. One of those hand-built death traps. I only looked at it once, and it was before it was even done. And I'm like, what is this, a fucking go-kart? And the guy laughed at me. He goes, no, it's a car. I'm like, what? Just one of them, I'm like, no thanks. Boy, this reminds me of the freaking tire video. Holy cow. It's in 2 boxes that are wrapped in tape. This is the, what do you call it, actual packing tape. Yeah, shipping was like, I don't know, it was a lot of money though. I mean, it was $700, and then in that little box, I'll be breaking out in a minute, there's about $200 more. I hate putting a price on things like that, and I know it makes it kind of petty, but it's just, my level of commitment and reality of what's going on here. I just haven't had time or the patience or the health over these past years. I'm getting things going now. Extra pieces of cardboard. Look at that. Wow, this thing's packed. Jeez. It's almost too big to get out. Open this up in my little work area that I have here. Hey, not everybody has a huge workshop. Whoa, don't go knocking that over. What just hit the phone? I mean, the thing on its own is immense. It's the entire width of the car. I'm going to have an accident here. Jeez. And that's really nervous too. I don't want to break this. I mean, come on, Jesus. I ain't got that kind of money now. And I'm looking through all the car parts that I bought before I went in the hospital in 2019. I'm sitting there looking, I'm like, wow, look at this, right? And so I go online, I'm sitting there, this was just a couple nights ago, I'm sitting there pricing things. I'm like, holy cow, I could not believe how much things are nowadays. Now the main thing here to remember is it is used, okay? There's no such thing as a new part to go to a 36-year-old car. They do, I don't know about now, years ago, they did manage to buy what was left. It's called NOS, New Old Stock. Actually, still wrapped up in the plastic when it was made. Okay, nothing else in this car. Okay. Wrapped up in the plastic that it was made and all that. And, oh, it was bubble wrap. Dear Lord. Pink bubble wrap. Hope nobody has the wrong idea when they pick up my recycles. Yeah, my new wife came in pink bubble wrap. I don't think that's going to happen. Hey, you don't want to act like Ave. Open the box up with a chainsaw. Not with something like this. Oh yeah, like I was saying, yes, it's used, but he does not deal with garbage parts. It has to be, you know, yeah, this is right off the car, dust and all. Good. I didn't want it clean and whatever, because just like my first one, if you watch my channel, the original one that was in the car, when I took it apart, it comes apart, I don't want to jinx myself, but it comes apart pretty easy, because back in those days, manufacturers used to hold things like this together, taillights and parking light modules and all that. I have a big roll of it. It's called butyl acetate. It's like a putty rope, and there's different thicknesses of it you can buy. And what you do is, after everything's cleaned or whatever, you lay it in the channel, hit it with a heat gun, and then put the pieces together, and it's waterproof and doesn't whatever. Well, when it's this old, it comes apart very, very easy without breaking anything. I'll put a picture of the butyl acetate that came out of the first taillight module. I'll put a picture right around here somewhere of it. I was told it looks like a pile of horse poop. Yes, it does. The easiest way to get it off is take a big piece of it and then use it on its own to little by little pinch it off of the rest of it. You can't just sit there and just pull it and pull it. You'll be there forever. But if you use its own tackiness to pull it apart, okay, because the outside of it is all dusty and dirty and loose. But if you mix it around a couple times, you know, knead it like a putty, all of a sudden now it's new again. I mean, it's kind of clean. Okay, oh, look at the tail light lens. Oh man. Let me get this out. Wow. This is way better than the one that was... This is way better than the one that was on my car. Holy cow. After I make this video, I'm going to have to call him. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's still got wax all over whatever it came off of. You know, the car wax people use. Oh, man. Oh, this is beautiful. Yeah, this is reflectors here and here on the bottom, and my right one always was always messed up inside. It was full of water or whatever, and the inside of it rotted. Because this is like red plastic and then reflector kind of tape. And I was going to originally take this apart, and I got the roll of reflective tape to put on there, and it makes it reflective again, you know. But then I got rear-ended, so. Oh, and these letters, they're $10 a piece on eBay. B-U-I-C-K. Okay? And they're metallized, oh, they might be die cast, but they're, you know, chrome dips. God, there's not a mark on it. I don't have to polish it. I'll run some plastic X and a light buffer over it. Oh man, this is beautiful. Okay, let me get the camera down here. You can take a look at it. Wow, I am very, very pleased, Mark. Very, very pleased. Okay. Yeah. Look at that. It's like brand new. There's not a blemish anywhere. And there's these letters. These are $10 a piece on eBay. This is like brand new. There is not a mark. Oh my God. And this is one of the big things about this car. It's like 9 feet long or something like that. That's one of the big things about this car, about a Buick Reatta, is it's a taillight module. Some of the things that they judge it with. Oh my God, it's even glossy. I mean, I can't wait to polish this. Oh, wow. Okay. So the next thing is going to be revealing what I plan to put in it. So this is what I've managed to piece together, ideas and measuring and testing and all that. So, those are other lights. Okay. In a Buick Reatta taillight module, you have the two marker lights. Those are 194 clear, because the lenses are red. And then you have 12 what is it, 1194 or something like that? Or no, 1156, I think. You know, the tail, you know, stoplight tail light, you know, GM bulb, old-fashioned, old as dirt, incandescent bulb, and because of the huge voltage drop, okay, between this entire thing, the brake lights, yeah, they're bright, but they're not bright, you know. And incandescent bulbs, they glow on and then glow off, you know. Yuck. Okay. And then down here, you got your 2 reverse lights, exact same bulb. Not very bright. The lenses are all milky and old, and you know they're white to begin with. So you know, I don't know why they did that. But, and then the license plate lights are the same thing, and they're woefully inadequate, believe me. And every Buick Reatta made, the housings on them get hot and they melt and crack, even mine. So I'm like, nah, you know. So I got license plate lights to put, nice LED license plate lights to put in there. I'm thinking, what can I do for reverse? Well, what do they put on pickup trucks nowadays? The whole length. I saw this ad online. Tailight is the company. LCD tailgate lights. LED. I'm sorry, not LCD. LED tailgate light strip. And this is what it does. You get a reverse light. The turn signals actually are what's called sequential, where it kind of chases the beam over. It doesn't just blink it. And then you have a tail light and you have a brake light. And then when you put the hazards on, it's chasing the 2 amber lights. And I got the 60-inch length one, and that's just about perfect for the entire length of this whole part right here. I had to get 2 of these because they're only 1 inch wide, and you have 1 brake light, 1 tail light, 1 reverse light. I mean, the brake light is the tail light, but just different, higher intensity. And the reverse light. You put 2 of these together, now you have 2 of everything, and they line up perfectly. And it comes with the mounting hardware. It's going to be, I'm going to put this on top of the red lens, and you'll just be able to see the clear and invisible, you know, because this is black already. And then here's the Y connector to put 2 together. You put 2 of them and then 1 plug, and that'll go right into the harness that's already there to plug this in, because that's just one big long harness with all the plugs hanging out of it. I'll just tap it. I just cut into it and whatever, attach it very easily. It's only that many wires, and it's all got resistors. You don't have to put anything in there. It won't cause any kind of hyper flash or anything like that, because it won't be a bulb out. It'll have all the resistance that it needs to keep the chip quiet. That's what does that with a GM. If you have a turn signal out, or I think it's just a turn signal out in the front or rear, it'll glow on the indicator will glow on the dashboard, and then if it's a bad ground, it'll just go off and glow, off and glow. If it's no connection on the hot side, I think it is, I get what's called a hyper flash, and we have the bulb's dead. So it comes with a fuse in line. You peel the tape off and the mounting clips, and the plug is on the passenger end. I don't want to get this near the lens, but I'm out there with a tape measure in the middle of the night, looking at the rear of my car. I'm like, oh yes, this will fit perfectly. And then I looked. Now, at the time, a couple of years it was a couple of years that I bought these. Way after I got the new light module, and I came up with this idea. These were like $60 a piece, so this is $120 with just this. And then the Y connector's another 20 bucks. I don't know how much that is now, but it's all from a reputable company. This isn't some junk. Tailight has been around for a long time. Very, very high quality products. In fact, my new fog lights that I'll be putting on the car, I already have them. I bought them when I bought all this. I was like, yes, nice amber LED, not the garbage that's on there now. Little garbage that barely works. The lenses are all milky white. This is this big ridiculous halogen bulbs. Back in 1989, halogen was a big thing. That was like new technology, basically, and that's why they kind of go nuts over it, to the point where on the dashboard, the instrument panel cluster, there's an actual thing that lights up when you turn your headlights on. It says halogen lights on. Oh, big deal. I wish I could program it to say LED lights on, but I don't want it to do anything. Actually, it's kind of dumb, but that's how big it was back then. Halogen was like, ooh. And that's how technology is. Look at it, that's how it is. It's a gimmick. Pretend to start putting a number on something, it's a gimmick. Well, I got a Mark II, well, I got a Mark III, I got a Mark V. Whatever. Alrighty. Well, I didn't even have any tools ready. I just said, let me just do this, and brought it up. Oh. Let's see here. I gotta take these. Yeah, let's see. These hold the top of it. Yeah. And there's nuts. I gotta lubricate everything. Because they're just plastic. It's those aluminum speed nuts down onto a plastic post that holds the whole thing together. Plus there's metal clips and then little notches that go into things. And then there's 4 machine screws that go into body nuts that are clipped on. And then you have the hard points that are actual metal studs. And on the corner of each one, you got like a tether here. You put this tether around the place, and then that helps hold onto it with a towel underneath it. That helps hold it while you're putting this in, because I don't have anybody to help me, so I'm on my own here. But this thing is, it's not light. It's not really heavy bad either. So. All right, I'll make it my tools. Be back in 1 second. Okay, I got my tools together. I'm not going to use any power tools on this. Just 1/4 inch drive hand tools. And these are 8mm. So you have 4 of these. And they're on the top. The only lubricant I'm going to use on a lot of things is it's not petroleum based. Liquid wrench, chain and cable lube, non-swinging penetrant. It's good with plastics. It's not like, you know, perfect. Just don't gob it on. Just don't leave it on. So I'm paranoid about hurting this damn thing. I cannot believe how nice it is. Mark is the man. Very, very carefully push the, less than that. Push the, yeah, there we go. Just make it ooze out. Especially with plastic, you don't need a lot of harsh chemicals with plastic. That's better. I don't want to start cracking things. Ugh. That's the difference with metal against plastic. Metal oxides, and now all of a sudden it's bigger than the plastic hole. And just like anything else, when it expands, it will crack it. And put all the hardware over here. Now, these big rear ones are 11 millimeter. Oh, that's nice. Just like butter. Oh, yeah. If you didn't lubricate these, you risk snapping it off. Very, very easy. Because it's just meant just to hold it together while it's on the table getting ready to put onto the car. It's structural to a point, but it's not like it's not critical, you know. It's just there's a bunch of clips and all over the design of it. It holds it together. Plus, there's a bunch of tabs, locking tabs, and what else? There's metal clips too. So I got this right here. See these metal clips that they put on? You latch it on. There's one place to grab onto it with needle nose pliers. It's got teeth on the other side, and you put it in there and then clip this on. And it's like, it's like, okay, is that the best you could come up with? I guess. Everything's basically, on the drawing board at the last minute. And yeah, we got just have 2 of these clips. Get them out of the way here. Try to keep this work area very empty. Make sure it's clean. It's a nice soft comforter I have over the area here. Okay, I got a plastic panel pry tool. Go to the clips, the little notches where everything goes. And just because it's unclipped, that doesn't mean that it's ready to come apart yet. Because of the butyl you have to take off. There's the one reflector. That's a beautiful shape. And I got lucky. Holy cow! This is like a dream. Every Reatta owner aspires to try to make the taillight as best as possible, because it's one of the things that makes the car stand out, really. Yep, this one needs repair to help it snow. It's not corroded. It just has to be glued back together. Places like this, they didn't even use ultrasonic anything. They used a type of butyl flat tape and laid a little piece on there, some rolls. And they put things together. You know, this is back before they had, you know, nice RTVs or anything like that. You know. Automobile lens modules. I think a bunch of them, I don't know if they still use that today or not. I have no idea. Have to look into that. But it was really, really popular when I was a kid. It's waterproof, cheap. Holds things together really, really well. This is one of them that broke off. Not with me. I try to not break things anyway. But the inevitable happens and you can't help it. Something I'm going to try to not let happen. Oh boy. Tell me I'm nervous, huh? You just gotta do it. Just go for it. Okay, there's one clip there. Pay attention to where all these are. Get this to come apart easy. It's only goes together one way too. It's like a puzzle. You got to relieve the pressure on each clip as you go. Oh yeah, the butyl's just a little bit pliable. That's good. Yeah, the battery went out. Good. Huh, so I had to plug in the charger pack. So I got the I put it under tension and popped the corners loose. And this is the reflector part. Of course, it's all dull and everything. It's not reflecting anymore. It wasn't. It's not Mylar like they use nowadays. This is just paint. It was a little bit sharper when it was new, but not much. Because it's behind the red lens anyway. You don't get to see it. It just has to reflect it. Heavy enough plastic. So, don't have to do anything to this, but just wash it. Wash it in the shower. Here's that trench of, almost like a groove of the butyl. This is what's going to take forever. at least an hour. I'm not going to go through that entire thing though. I'm not going to record the entire thing. If you can imagine this little piece of like black taffy, and it's all dirty. It's all loaded with dirt. It wasn't even hardly glued on. Once I put pressure on it, it just popped off. And the secret is to pull it very, very carefully what you can. And if you can't get something out, use a glob of it to pick the rest out. Well, this is pulling out nice. Mine was miserable to get out. That's why I had such a huge pile of it. Oh, that was my first time pulling something like this. I mean, little modules, yeah. And you don't want to use anything like caulking or, oh, I got this really nice waterproof, nah, because it will wreck the plastic that it's attached to. And while it's curing, the fumes will attack that clear polycarbonate, blow molded polycarbonate, or it might be injection molded polycarbonate lens. It will cloud the hell out of it, and you'll never, because it's a chemical reaction, you can't clean it out. It'll go right through the pores of the plastic. All the acetic acid that's in your average latex or silicone caulking makes you think of pickles. Yeah, well, while it cures and gases off, it's in the enclosed place unless you do it with a fan blowing. But so here's that butyl, and it's like, you know, brittle. It's a little gummy, but not like it is when it's brand new, and it's all dirty, really, really bad. So, you know, because this is like in place of, if this wasn't here, that all that dirt would be inside the taillight lens, you know. You can tell things are handmade when they use a lot of butyl. Most of your Corvettes, there's rolls and rolls of butyl all over that thing because there's no metal. All the glass, you know, that's a type of, well, it's a type of urethane. It's a different chemical, but it's the same principle. So if you just pull it little by little, and don't break it, like that. greedy and broke it off in the track. It's cooled off now a little bit. After it rained a little bit. I poked my head outside a couple minutes ago and got a little sprinkle going. Where's my plastic? Just as you're using a plastic tool, don't go thinking, oh, it's not going to hurt the plastic. Yeah, you can mar the hell out of things. There we go. Oh, just when I say there we go. Little by little, pull out. Boy, tedious. It doesn't craze plastic. It doesn't give off any really, really bad fumes. The acetone is locked up in the chemical chain of the butyl, deuterium, or whatever its actual name. If you added a lot more acetone to this, you'd have electrical tape. This is kind of a polyvinyl base. I have to research that. Get that out after. Oh. Get the pieces apart, that's the main thing. So here's the reflector. Put this down here in the box. Easy moving. Now's the nail biter. Gotta get the lens off of the clear part. One of the hot rods drivers by, if you hear that. He's got like a diesel or some pickup truck. Let go of my thumb. And then it closes. Oh. There. Just leave some pressure on it, and little by little it pulls it. Kind of helps too. I notice if you graze it with the panel tool while it's under pressure, it kind of helps it pop open. Whew. Move like that. My hands are getting tired. Oh, boy, my hands are killing me. Ugh. Good workout for them. Ugh. One corner came apart pretty decently. So close. Mark's probably pulling his hair out right now. Oh my God, what is he doing? Yeah, he's into modifying cars for a living, man. I don't think he ever mentioned me pulling the first one apart. I really didn't know anybody back then. I don't know him now. I got like a friend of mine or anything, just a business transaction, bought a few things. North Carolina, I think it was. I don't know. I think it's North Carolina. Boy, this is one corner on driver's side. Oh, it's kicking my butt. Even if I could put a knife down in there, a razor blade, utility blade, whatever, I wouldn't want to risk it. I mean, you know, it's cutting the plastic anyway, but hurting my own hand if I slip, or damaging that clear lens. That's like the Achilles fucking heel of this entire car, basically. Look at it wrong, you know. I've seen people junk the whole car because the taillight lens that was broken in an accident, and they're like, ah, fuck it. But most of the guys that own these cars, they're elderly, you got other things going. It's not something you just buy and drive unless you buy a car that people's already put money into. See them on eBay for a few $1,000s, you know? You know, but then you're buying another person's project, another person's time and money. You know, one of these days when I die, you know, whatever happens, I don't know, I don't care, because I'll be dead. My time's over. I'm not one of the people that plan for the future. Oh, I got a grave and thousands and thousands, you know, like 20 grand to put a hot dog in the ground. Please, give me a break. When I die, I die. You want to fight over my belongings? Go ahead. I ain't got much. You're more than welcome to it. But I can hear it pulling away. It's just one little area left, a few inches. That's all it takes. And I get the task of pulling all this butyl out of the grooves. You don't want to leave old butyl with new butyl because it won't glue together properly. And you'll have a water leak. Not underneath this. Come on. Come on. Almost. Nerve-wracking. It's all done on that side. Because I'm not left-handed at all with certain things. 100% right-handed with most things. Just like millions of other people. Millions, probably. Holy cow. Keep flipping the tool. Oh, keep flipping the damn tool around and try to get a better grip. It moves and then it pulls itself back. Ooh, you bastard. Come on. It does help if you talk to it. .25 at night. I've been up since 5 o'clock in the morning. Ow! Son of a bitch. There's sharp places all over this darn thing. Keep jabbing myself. Oh, I start bleeding. That's it. I start putting things away. That's where I draw the line. I went out to look at something last night, and you see on my Twitter, I went out last night to look at something, and the mosquitoes around my car were horrible. I mean, just clouds of them. I had to run as fast as I can with my cane across the parking lot, make sure I'm cleaned off. Got back inside, about a half hour later, I'm out in the kitchen. Gigantic, what we call tiger mosquitoes. That's the actual species, tiger mosquito. Giant tiger mosquito flying around. You know, not a daddy long legs or one of those. I'm talking an actual mosquito. And it landed on the kitchen door. I tried to kill it, and it got away. I'm like, shit. And that's when I posted it on my Twitter, and then later on, I'm looking at my phone in the dark. I happen to see a little flash, like not a flash, a little shadow move. I come near the phone and it landed on my arm. It's bang right there. And I took a picture of it immediately. I was so happy. I wasn't looking forward to try to sleep with a mosquito flying around. Oh, I mean, like, what is this, friggin' Panama? And I gotta get mosquito netting around the bed. You know, it's only females that bite to nurse their eggs. Normally, they just eat plant nectar like any other flies and butterflies like that. The blood that they get off of animals is not for their own consumption. They don't even touch each other when they're mating. The males fly around in a semen in a mist, and the female flies through the cloud, and her ovipositor opens up and captures whatever she can, like pollen grains on the pistil of a flower. And then she has to have a blood meal, because there's no yolk to nourish the little egg that's going to grow into a newt. So she has to get blood. And only a living creature with a blood pressure, because she lands on you and then balances, puts her back legs up in the air and pokes and pokes and pokes. It's actually 3 tubes. The middle poke, the blood goes up, and then 2 wrapped around it that put in an anticoagulant as the blood comes up in her, because it would clot and kill her. So your own blood pressure fills up her abdomen like a tire, and then she flies away. And if you happen to feel one of your hairs on your body or something like that, then you can say, oh yeah, and then try to kill her. But the whole action of the puncture and filling up the abdomen with 1 drop takes, just maybe 1 second, 2 seconds. She flies away. I used to be really into entomology when I was a kid, and that's why I know a lot about mosquitoes. Did a lot of research on them. In about 18 days average later, she goes and lays the eggs in the water, and they hatch into newts and fly away. Come to the top of the water and they dry out. And they go looking for the next meal. All the males eat is flower juice, flower nectar. Just like a butterfly or a lot of other insects. Yeah, your own blood pressure pushes the blood into her abdomen. It's not some mouthpiece with a pump on it, sucking it out of you. No, that's not how it works. Your own blood pressure pumps your own blood. That's why they can't. One of the things the FBI, when they're looking at a cadaver, they can see how long it's been sitting there. A mosquito won't get anything out of you. There's no histamine reaction when you're dead. They look for things like that. Hey, how long's the body been here? Well, let's see, there's maggots in it, and how many days it takes to... Yeah, they got that weird... ever seen the videos right online? They got that cadaver farm. It's government property, and they actually have corpses laying there in various degrees of decay, and it's to help them train to say, forensics, hey, how long has this body been there, whatever, just by the production of the insects that have been left there. They can look at how long this has been there, how long that's been there. Because insects have a period, where it goes from egg to pupa or whatever, larva. ultraviolet, you can feel it coming loose. Oh, the one side keeps on moving. Moving off the table. Put down a couple of blankets. I want total padding. I'm working on this. Oh, I cannot believe I got like, I don't know, 3 or 4 inches here more. It's just on one area and it's locked down. Come on. Oh, yes. Boy, that bottom is really, really long there. There we go. Oh, yes. And there's the lens. One big piece. Just like my picture from 11 years ago. So this is taillight number 2. Yeah, I've had the car almost 12 years. Oh. And here is the beautiful clear lens. It's a nice metal letters. I think they are metal. Yeah, see the back of them. Yeah, they're not glued in very well. Ooh. I'll probably take them out before I polish it anyway. Because this is a project right here. This is going to take a while to clean up. Very, very carefully polish before you put it together and dig out all of this. All this. Okay. It's all turning into the glob I had from the old one. I threw that away. I never kept it. On the most part, it comes off easy, but it's, you know, because if it's dirty, it comes off easy. But where it's not dirty, it's rubbery and it's hard to get off. But I am done for the night. My hands are crimping up. I'm going to put this back in the box where I may get hurt or something. Yeah, that'll polish up beautiful. Wow, it's so clean. My God, I got lucky. I had to be careful popping the letters out. They should come out easy though. You can see the underside, they're just put on with whatever they had, double-sided tape back then. This is not even glued. 36 years ago. 89 to 99, 2009, 2019. 20, 1, 2, 3, 4. 35. I'd have to look at the door jam thing to see what month it was made. I think it was made in the latter half of 88. So it's almost 36 years old. Huh. Tell you what, I'm going to wrap this, all this glorious bubble wrap. Let's see here. This is the only part that the rest of the world gets to look at. Like I said, Reatta owners judge each other by how they're, I know it sounds dumb, but we judge each other by how their tail lights look. It sounds kind of petty, but that's how it is in the car world. Anybody who knows about that will attest to my testimony. With the LEDs, I just have to, I don't want this in there, it's making me nervous being in there. This is not even ripped up right. I don't want to rush this, I don't want to half-ass it. I got one chance. I have no idea if you can buy any more of these, and I probably wouldn't have the money anyway. I've spent, ever since I bought the car, $1,400 on the car, and another I'll put it in back then prices when I bought everything. Probably another $5,000 or $6,000 in parts. They probably turn into, you know, 8,000 or 9,000 by now. Oh, look at that. Oh, shit. Let me put this over here out of the way of everything. Oh. There, just fine right there. Ain't going nowhere. Oh. I'm ready to rest. Yeah. I'll just anchor the LEDs down to the red reflector after everything's clean, you know, and anchor them down, line them up, and then put it back together and plug it in. That'll be nice. Alrighty, folks. And it's a little added video I put in here. This, these are those two baffles. This just with the owner's manual, it says. Because the big owner's manual you buy when you have a Reatta is like $100. Because Haynes and Chilton, nobody ever, it wasn't out long enough. Nobody, nobody thought of. A lot of people were pissed too. Nobody thought of making a, work on it on your own manual like Haynes and Chilton did. So the only manuals that are available are the ones that the dealers had right from GM. I'll have to break mine out when I get a chance. And it has everything on the car. All wiring diagrams, everything about the transmission, everything about everything. Everything about the brakes, the entire thing. Okay, because it's all hand-drawn, and it's not like, and it's not even like a Haynes manual. There are no pictures of anything. Everything is hand-drawn, dealer, Jafro Mobile, he knows what I'm talking about. Eric, he knows what I'm talking about. So, the owner's manual for that, and it's $100, because there's a finite amount of them that the manufacturer, had printed out. So, you could probably get them for like 80 something maybe at the least. But this was 2011 when I bought mine. Anyway, so here's those baffles that go on the end corners of the taillight module. And when they're new, they're kind of pliable. It's nice rubber. But right now, they're not really brittle.
but if you creased it too much, it would be brittle. And they're nasty and dirty and really, really hard and oxidized and all that. There's no butyl on them, thank God. And there's like little notches in the plastic where these hook into. You notice, and there's these are all just, one of a kind. You get 22,000. Look it up on Wikipedia how many Reattas there were, and they didn't make very many extra parts. The couple of people that this is the inside baseball that I know. A few people conglomerated their money together, invested in leftover car parts. A lot of people do this, and then when the car becomes rare or whatever, they can say, "Hey, these are new parts," and not from the dealer or some shit. Well, thank God people did this with a Reatta. I wouldn't have this tail module. They'd all be crushed. Okay? You think anybody wants to keep these cars around in nice condition? Here I go propping up Mark again over at EastCoastReattaParts.com. But if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have this. I wouldn't have it. I'd be breaking out red tape and crazy glue maybe, or some happy crap. I can't even think about it. I'll just get pissed. Anyway, these are the rubber baffles. Okay. Here's how you renew something like this. You get a plastic bag. Okay, and you put them in there. And you get any kind of, I prefer to do this with the Gojo, the white canister, but this is good too. As long as it's no petroleum. No petroleum. So it's like lanolin and all that, aloe. There's a little bit of pumice in there and some orange juice, but that ain't going to hurt the rubber. You just don't want to introduce any kind of petroleum to any kind of cured rubber, because that's one of the carriers that it's made with. Made with petroleum. You introduce petroleum into the mixture, it's like paint thinner to paint. It just cuts it. Okay. And you coat these really, really good in the bag. Looks like a condom on my wedding night. Wake up the next morning. Who are you? Married? What? You sure? That's the crime scene right there. You notice how it's already changing color. So just wrap it up. I'm not going to be using these till I put it back together anyway in a few days. But it's going to take a few days for that to penetrate through there. It's good to put them in a bag because then you don't have to use a lot of cleaner and you can mush it on evenly. And it doesn't cause any mess. And you can put it someplace. Like right here. Alrighty. Nothing to see here. Move on. Yeah, I was gonna go with this. I might on the clear lens part. Let me get it in frame here. Where the hell's going? A little bit of a lag here. I'm getting a new camera next month, so I won't be using this one anymore. Not for my main videos. What I'm using right now is I'd have to use my phone to look at it, but It's just like an action cam with a nice handle. It has its places. Let me tell you, like you can put it under your car or attach it to your car with magnets. It comes. I have all that equipment bullshit. Okay, the last video I was talking about in the last video I was talking about that butyl, it's called, and it comes on a roll. I'm going to use this where the clear lens goes in the front. Oh, that's, there you go. I didn't have my camera light on. It's made by Mortimo. It tells you exactly how to do it. This is right from, it's got the hologram genuine parts. This is what the factory uses. Everybody's car out there, because your tail lights and your, they're all modules. Especially nowadays, you get the big clear one. Everybody polishes. The same thing right here. They didn't, you can have a tail light this big, or you can have, a monster like this, whatever. But those pieces are all injection molded as quick as possible. And a lot of times, whatever, but it works, but it has to have some kind of a gasket, a mushy gasket, because they're uneven surfaces a lot of times, there's gaps and voids and everything. And this is what the factory uses when they build your car. Not sure about Teslas, but or the electric ones, but so I'm going to use this for the clear lens because it doesn't give off any kind of fumes. That's one of the reasons why they use it. It doesn't have to cure, like what I pull. Okay, yeah. What I pulled off. I want to make sure this is, get my monitor here. Just like my original one that I got a picture. I'll put it in here somewhere. Okay, but this is, what is it, 11 years later. Here's a pile of old butyl rope out of this 34-year-old taillight module. Well, not exactly. I had no idea. 1988 through 1991. Every Reatta had this, so I'm not sure if they made them all up. I doubt it. If they made them up ahead of time, or they said, okay, we're gonna make the 88s. Let's make those. Okay, we're gonna make those. Who knows? But they never changed the. Let's just say they never changed this taillight module. And I looked it up. As far as I know, this is the largest continuous taillight module. They don't count brake lights, they count tail lights of any production car. You see them nowadays, like a Charger and all those, half of it's on the trunk lid or the hatch lid. Mine's right under the trunk lid. One big long bar, 14 lights. Got two 194s on each end, and then 1157s and 1156s for your tail light and your brake light. And your brake light, okay, with your tail light, parking lights, tail light, all the bulbs are on. Okay, and when you put the brakes on, only, so here's the middle, 1, 2, 3. You have 1, 2, 3 incandescent bulbs glow on and have to go through this red reflector. Okay,
and then that light goes through the clear lens. From this, and this one, yeah, these four right here are just meant to light up the middle of the tail light. I mean, of the module where the chrome Buick letters are, and just keep the entire thing. And that's considered a tail light because it's not just ornamental; it's the entire thing. You know? So what you got to do first? This has all been washed and cleaned, and all the butyl that can come out of it is out of it. And a lot of it was very, very dirty because enough wasn't put in to fill the void. And it's warm. You know, you go to where they use this at a factory, okay, it's on a roll like this because it goes on a machine. The machine's like about $200. It's just basically you could take if you do this, whatever, you could take a heat gun and just mount it someplace like in a vise, whatever, turn it on low, and just have this rolled out, whatever. You just want to get it like not even a heat gun, a hair dryer is good, because the hotter you get it, the more messy it gets, and you don't want to mess. You just want it to flow easily, and they want you to warm up the parts with a hair dryer too, you know, and that helps it mush, because it's not like a glue. It doesn't penetrate the plastic. It doesn't attack anything or anything. It's just there, like a pillow, and the one plastic mushes against the other, and it's just, you know, it just holds, because it doesn't have to hold the weight of anything. It actually clips together and screws together, you know, but it just keeps whatever. Well, where the dirt got in, not enough butyl was on it, whatever. I mean, you know, these are one of a kind, you know. When these are gone, I don't know if they have the mold anymore. I have not. Who knows? Okay, so what I'm going to do is, because of all this is a lot different, and you can tell this was hot. It's got initials over here too. LJ maybe, yeah. You can tell, you know, that they were running nice temperatures and everything. It wasn't overdone. I don't know who made it for them. Okay, I'm not going to use the light bulbs anymore. So we got black Gorilla tape, duct, and made by Gorilla. Not Ace sponsor. I don't take anything off anybody. I don't use enough to I don't use enough to pedal it. I am a consumer. I guess you could say whore. I'm a consumer whore. Man. You know what makes me that way? The price of everything. Holy cow, this is so... It's so cumbersome because it's like... Now where these 194s go, I'm going to leave those because the way it kind of wraps around the rear end, it's like a marker light, and the lights I'm putting in won't, you know. where the 194s are. I'm not going to cover those up. I'm going to use regular white LEDs in behind the red where it goes and stuff, because that's the marker light. That's how they did it. It doesn't have an extra marker light in the rear. It uses the tail light module on the corners. And yep, I already got the 194 clear LEDs in the socket and everything. Got a pigtail on it, and it just taps right into the tail light. Into the tail light wire and the ground. I actually thought about I could just plug it back in and just leave it or whatever. But no, one of the reasons why this is so hard to put back on the car is that ridiculous wire harness that goes behind the taillight module, and then that whole thing goes, and it's like, what? You know, how come you can't come up with a plug attached to it with like a pigtail, you know, about this long, and a nice modular plug? Yeah, here you go, click, okay. No, we gotta have this ridiculous fucking wire harness, and each individual, you know, it's like, what the hell? I wanted to get new light sockets, right? Oh yeah, sure, fucking $12 a piece? $12 for a light socket with a pigtail. I'm like, what? Nah. And this is after I bought, I was like, a little over $50 in LEDs. And this was a couple years ago before I got the other idea with the better LEDs and all that. Because, you know, you put clear LEDs behind this, you know, how it's meant to work. And the clear LED light, it's this red lens, and it comes out of the clear. It's almost kind of garish and like, I don't know. You gotta have like a dimmer switch maybe, you know. It's like, I don't know, a couple of guys in their different clubs tried it and they didn't like it. And I thought, well, you know, let me give it a try. I was all ready to throw the LEDs in here. And then I got the other idea. And I'm like, nah, this is better, yep. Tapped into this fucking boat, let me tell you that. When I first got this Reatta, I tried joining a couple of clubs, and there was just one guy was sitting there and crying like, oh, you know, and it was like a running joke of the whole place. We're like, oh, you know, my wife wants me to get rid of it and this and that. Had to put it in the front lawn with, you know, for sale on it and this and that. Or he needed a part that's like a ridiculous amount of money. And, oh, I just might as well get rid of it. You know. Yeah. Okay. And she makes you cut your hair. And you're the first one to die. Back when I used to live, when I was a medical career, all the nursing homes in New York. Name a nursing home. I brought the drugs to the nursing home. Bins and bins and bins. Truckload of bins. And then bins that had locks on them. Those were called control bins where like all your powerful opiates and things like that were in there. And they had number tags on them, just like any other thing like that. And well, like I was saying, you go to these nursing homes, all women. Most nursing, you know, it's just one of the facts of life. Women live longer. And the old world knew about it. Old, not whole. The old world medicine knew about it. It used to be called bloodletting. You don't think your body loves to... Have you ever heard... Anybody watching this video, make a comment. Go ahead. I don't care if you know. Ever heard, you know, like you go to give blood, it's actually good for you? Yeah, well, it's very, very good for you. But nowadays, no, man, I don't want nobody's freaking blood. No thanks. There's actually religions, like a Jehovah's Witness, they don't believe in any kind of transference of blood like that. I don't blame them nowadays. I mean, I've never given blood, and I've never had to have blood. I had some plasma. That's a little bit different. I mean, you know, that comes from blood, but it's not whole blood. Blood is a bunch of what's called the components. You got, depending on the machinery you have, you can pull it down to platelets, red cells, albumin, plasma, whole blood. Whole blood, that's why it's like milk. Yeah, I want the 2% blood. Nowadays, you have to have a consent form. Yeah. You're laying there dying. Oh yeah, hold on, my lawyer's gonna come read these papers before I put my name on it. Okay. All of a sudden, oh yeah, you wake up, you got herpes, you got COVID, of course, you got AIDS, you got... What the hell? Oh well, you can't touch us because you consented to this. That's why they call it practicing medicine. They never actually do it. They're just practicing. Imagine a job like that. Hey, where are you going? Well, I'm gonna go fly that plane over there. I didn't know you were a pilot. Nah, I'm just practicing. Now you can be a practicing welder, yeah. Because that is a talent that you must practice. I mean, you can know the basics, yeah. But if you're, you want to be really, really good at it, you got to do it all the time. That's the only way. I don't care how good you are, if you haven't done it, like that guy Cody on that weldingtipsandtricks.com. Ask him. You got to do it. If he gave it up a couple of months, he would be a little rusty for a few minutes. But that guy is talented. I'll give him a time. Yep. So this is nicely sealed up. And I got another level of greatness. Anybody here like ELP? Emerson, Lake and Palmer? Remember them guys? If you're my age. From the beginning, these are tunes. There might have been things I missed, but don't be unkind. It don't mean I'm blind. Perhaps such a thing or two, I think of lying in bed. I shouldn't have said, but there it is. You see, it's all clear. You were meant to be here. From the beginning. So on this, the red reflector, the red lens to the reflector part. I got this. I'll get my monitor here, make sure you can see it. Interior and exterior Painters Plus caulk, made by Type Bond. Dries clear, no residual odor. Siliconized acrylic, non-reactive. Okay, you can use this on anything. And the medication that I get, one of the medications that I get, this Brio Ellipta. Each one comes with silica gel pack. Okay, and they're good size. I mean, you buy these off of eBay or Amazon, you know, and you know, one there, one there, one there. Yeah, my OCD has to run the middle. So 1, 2, 3 here. 1, 2, 3, one in the middle. One on that side, one on that side. Look how beautiful that is. There you go. And that'll keep it, even though it's nice and clean and everything else, but that'll keep the entire unit. Because there's like air holes to let the heat out when this thing's on. So it actually breathes. A lot of people don't realize that either. You know, your tail lights and headlights and all that have like a little silicone bicuspid valve, and like if it gets moisture in there, it lets it equal out the pressure. You know, because the heat and whatever. Like, you know, one of the bad things about LEDs, they don't get warm like an incandescent bulb. When they first came out with those kind of headlights, it's like a big composite headlight, old-fashioned, and you know, glass beam headlights like what my Buick came with. They would get hot. You know, big halogen headlights. Hell yeah. Yeah, well, every bulb on there was halogen. This is a weird caulking gun too. Normally, you gotta pull that out and twist it. It's got gear teeth on there, like a rack and pinion kind of thing. Well, with this one, it's actually angled, and you just push it back and forth. It's got like a built-in. I don't know. I just never saw one of these like that before. And this is the first time using it. How much more time do I got here? Let me see. Okay, need to be mindful of how the nozzle is cut. It's just a little trench there, like a channel that it has to go in. And there's like little ridges in there and little gaps where the butyl would actually push into. The reason why your car doesn't have anything like this, well, it's independent cartridges. I mean, they probably have cartridges of actual butyl nowadays because it's a totally neutral compound, and that's why they use it. It doesn't attack or craze or anything. It doesn't hurt the polycarbonate. It is highly flammable. That's one bad thing. I mean, it's like burning rope. Sure, butyl acetate, sure. Well, that's flammable. So, I mean, you see a body shop going up, run. You got tanks of oxyacetylene, you got all kinds of nasty crap, all the paint and all the chemicals in a body shop. Oof. It's like a bomb. This is quite a large gap over here. I'm going to need more caulk. I'll take what she said on her wedding night, never, for 300, Alex. It's rather draggy that way now, isn't it? This is not happy. I'm trying to paint a boomerang while it's flying. Ridiculous. Maybe I might have changed. And not been so cruel, not been such a fool. Whatever was done is done. I just can't recall. It doesn't matter at all. You see, it's all clear. You were meant to be here from the beginning. And a little dab on each one of these. That's not even gonna. There's no place for it to go anyway. This stuff is so runny and messy. I'm not using it for its intended purposes. Oh darn. You know what this reminds me of? Elmer's glue mixed with that paste that they give like with kindergartners and shit. You can eat it; it's not gonna hurt you. Yeah. There we go. I don't want any messes. Anything running down, all of a sudden, oh, there's a trail of dried liquid adhesive all over the clear lens. Yeah. You'll read about me hanging myself. Boy, washing this was no fun, let me tell you. Because of these channels. The way this is curved like this, as I was washing it, I didn't realize that as long as it is, you know, I had it hanging up where I was washing it, and the water was coming down in a huge curve, and that was just like a gutter. All of a sudden I had a puddle of water in front of me, like, oops, that is a drain right there. We don't want to do this in your living room or some shit. I'm very, very happy that I got a place to work on certain things. Okay, we back. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to have to clamp that over there. Yeah. That's one of the things about that butyl rope. You really don't have to clamp it. You just mush it together and it takes up a lot of room. You know? The thing is, too, oh yeah, the top came out nice. When this dries, then I put the butyl rope in there. And it's like one integrated unit, you know. It's a pretty cool design. It's intricate. I mean, you know, 3-piece. Normally nowadays, you know, the big thing is clear lenses. That's just one housing with a clear lens on it. And whatever color plastic they want on it. Not many use a plastic lens piece anymore, you know, because of LEDs. You don't need to. And that's one thing. Oh, I can't wait to change. I do not like red turn signals on my car. My Nissan Pulsar, nice orange turn signals. Orange turn signals. I don't want to use that Gorilla Tape on this because it leaves residue. That's the old welding vice grips off the bench. Oh, there's no spring. Yeah. These are about 40-something years old. Think they were made in China or Mexico that long ago? Yeah. And you know what? It doesn't even matter. It's just put together. If the pieces are made, that's different. But if it's just put together in wherever, yeah. Where is it down? Oh, no, wait a second. What is that? It's like an optical illusion where the flat place is with a rag over it. Got to clip it together. Oh, come on. Nah, that's not even gonna hold. Every one of these that you pull apart, and you can ask anybody else who's ever done it, at the corners, the butyl is all loose and dirty, and water gets in there and messes it up. A lot of people were pissed. If you got one that's in good. Okay, I haven't proofread or proof watched the last card yet, so I just it's just invisible glass. I just want to get all the hand prints, and I got a couple of prints on there when I was gluing this together. Okay, because the lens goes over this. You want it as clean as possible for what's going to be visible, which isn't much when I'm done. But I want this to be as clean as possible, so the lights have what do they call it? Peel off release paper, and it comes with hardware too to mount them. So I gotta mark little holes and then drill the tiny holes. I got all those little bits and all that. They're like little clips that come with the lights. Okay. So here's one. Like I said before, this is the name of the company, Tailight. They're usually used for trucks, and they come in different widths or lengths. I guess you want to call it a length, but here's what each of the things looks like. And this is a 60-inch. Okay. And I got the Y plug to hook two of them together. And then the only thing that'll be hanging out the back of this will be one plug. You know, so. See, this is what it looks like. I'm going to leave this unwrapped a few minutes. It's got a fuse built into it and all that. This is the top right here, and my wire harness comes in on this side, on the passenger side. So. Yeah, I want to just do like a mock-up here. Okay, now this is where the 194 marker light is. So I'd like it to end probably around here, maybe. Okay. Let's see, there's that little notch where the bugle goes. Let's just line up the first row of LEDs. That notch. Okay. Let's see, the two notches line up with that. One notch over here. So 1.5. 1.5. Right there, wow. Okay. Right to the notch. Okay. %. Turn my dim light on again. 99% isopropyl. Now, because this is water-based, I mean, you know. Just apply just a few drops. Just do one here and one here. Fine, that's it. Okay. And here is the bag of hardware. They even give you little zip ties. Oh, there's self-tapping. That's nice. Oh, these brackets are really intense, hard plastic. I didn't think I was going to be able to just, plug and play everything. This is totally custom. I can't imagine the makers of this ever thought, oh, somebody's going to put it on the back of their car. I mean, it would look terrible on the back of your car, actually. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. I don't want to just rely on the glue and that's it, you know? I really, really don't. I mean, let's see here. Well, it doesn't have to go that way. It could go this way. But that's... And then the wires, I've want them to go around this and underneath. That's where the butyl goes. Right there. I didn't think this through 100%. I didn't realize that, you know. But these clamps, they don't want to bend. Really, really hard plastic. It just bends, and then it bends back. Whew, heavy duty, but that's for sure. I could barely bend them with needle nose pliers, and then it bends right back. There's nothing to clip it to. Even if I didn't cut one, there's no place to. Even the light down here, it's just weird. I really, really don't want to just rely on the glue that's on, you know, the, what do you call it? It's pretty heavy duty. It almost looks like butyl on the back of it. This is a release paper you peel off. I just don't trust it, you know. All of a sudden it pops off. It's really, really on there. Wow. That's really, really on there. I'm going to take a chance. when you use 99% isopropyl like that. It chemically cleans where it's going. Yeah, this is like butyl. It's really, really tacky, big time. It's not just the white foam tape that's on everything. I almost put the wrong one on. This is one for another project. I was wondering why it looked different. I held it up. I'm like, wait a second, this is different. Where's the... where's the... where's the label and all that, and how come the lights were backwards? This was one of the original ones. I bought this off of Temu, and it's really, really cheap, and it's totally backwards than what I needed. But I can use it with another thing. Here's another one of these. Yeah, here's the anchor kit. Here's the all the literature that comes with it. These are almost 80 bucks a piece. And this is the 60-inch. Yeah, you can peel in places, but don't try to pull it off later. I know I'm a little bit nervous about Boy, that plastic's hard. Wow. Yeah, it's really, really clean and chemically clean. It's locked down. Oh. Yeah, this is that other one. Uh. And the company again is Tailight, N-I-Light, and I got the fog lights too to replace. So it's a reputable company, you know. You don't want to be doing this a million times, you know what I mean? Obviously, you don't want to take this apart ever again. So yeah. Unplug these. Oh, damn it. There we go. And now you got one. Okay, I got it mounted. It's been sitting there for a while. It's nice and anchored down. Plus the clear part goes over this, so this isn't going anywhere. Even if it gets warm and lifts or something like that. Over here, I got one clamp, and I got two lengths of 1/4 inch I keep forgetting I got this new light. I keep forgetting to turn it on. Excuse my hand. That's a little bit better, I guess. So it's 1/4 inch loom, you know, and just ran a couple lengths of it to hold the cords together, or the wires, I should say, whatever, cords. So I got a little 12 volt power pack, rechargeable. Got it on Amazon. I use this to test the lights and run the monitor on my camera. That way I can look at what's going on. Okay, so we're going to kill this light. I haven't learned where the button is for this darn thing. Is that it? Okay, it's on that corner. Okay, I think right. Okay. Turn this light down. Okay, here is, let's do one that's, here's what it looks like when you put it in reverse. And it has a good connection with the ground. This is reverse. Okay, watch your eyes. 2 rows for 62 inches. Hey, can you see behind the car? Yeah, maybe. Here's the tail lights. Ooh. Here's the tail lights. Here's the brake light. Oops. There's the brake light. This is left turn signal. And you can turn them up and down. There's right turn signal. There's the tail light. There's the brake light. And that goes with the spoiler that I got. For a third brake light, because in the United States we have to have a third brake light, and the one that's on the car now is like this wide, and it's one bulb, and it's all hot and warped, and yeah, whatever. Bye. It's coming out and getting covered anyway. You won't even know it was there. That long box right there, that's a spoiler for an Oldsmobile Alero. That it looks beautiful with the Reatta. Mine's a little bit different though, and it's red LEDs and nice black gaskets. You know, it goes onto the trunk, and it's very, very, you know, it's gonna look beautiful when I'm done. Don't worry about it. So, little proof of concept. If you can't see those brake lights, you got a problem. And if you hit me, you got a bigger problem. Alrighty, bye-bye. Oh, lights, camera, action. I just cleaned the inside of it one last time. Now I'm gonna rub a little bit of McGuire's plastics on it with the same cloth that I just used with the glass cleaner. That way it's a little damp. A lot of times when you apply a cleaner or a chemical, and it'll tell you apply with a damp cloth. Why they tell you that is that way your cloth doesn't absorb all of the product. Now with this, I just used about a quarter size glob, and I'm just moving it around to get it on there. And theoretically, you know, you shouldn't have any marks at all on the interior of your lens. But every little bit helps with the clarity. You know, plus 34 years. Was it 34 years? Right? If this was made, this might have come off of a 1991. Okay, let's say best case 1991. 2001, 2011, 2021. So, I'll try to 35 years. Tell me a piece of dust has gotten its way in there in 35 years. Okay. There was one little occlusion here. I want to try to get out. That's what's nice about polycarbonate resin. It is what it is all the way through. There's no paint, there's no coating. I mean, you can apply something, but it's not multi-layer like metal with paint and primer and all of that, you know. A little bit of the invisible glass to get up the residue. This is probably the last time anybody will be in this taillight. The way it's glued together now.
He thinks he knows more than the people that built the car.
Well, what, there's nothing, there's no advancement in technology allowed in 35 years? Think about it, however old you are right now. If you're a teenager, let's say, you're 15 years old, you're 16 years old, let's round it up. You're 16 years old, right? What you know right now, imagine 35 years from now. How much more are you going to know? And you can, 35, so 16, 26, 31. When you're 31, you're going to look at that 16-year-old and say, man, you don't know shit. And you'll be right. Because all that person knows is that number of years they've been alive. It's like, I'm 56. A person that's, 70 gonna know more than me, maybe. Or maybe not. You know, it's kind of weird. When I was a little kid, you know, my grandparents were grandparents. What you would think of grandparents, you know. But nowadays, because of our technology and things like that, our grandparents are way more evolved nowadays. You'll see your grandparents, you know, online, doing things. It's because of technology, you know, the ease of the end user license agreement. Okay, here's the last line of defense. Rain-X anti-fog. It's like Rain-X, but it keeps. See the principle behind fog on your glass. Even if it's clean, no problem at all. If there's anything in the air, moisture, especially water, what's called humidity, clings to the glass because it's cold. It condensates onto the glass. Okay, especially a mirror. It's a metallized glass, you know. So you get that micro amount of water on there, and what happens? Just like the water cycle, when water's up in the air, it evaporates. It attracts dust. The more dust it attracts, the more water it attracts. Until it gets so heavy, it pulls it down. There's a raindrop. That's why you don't want to drink rainwater. It's washing the air. You know, is your bath water clean? You know, no. Okay. So when you use something like this, you make it hygroscopic, meaning it's clean and it repels moisture. And then if moisture is not going to stick to it, dust isn't going to. And if dust isn't going to, water's not going to. So it's just a, you know, keep one thing at bay, keep everything else at bay. Another thing I bought years ago and haven't used yet. I got this for the purpose of, you know, mirrors and windshields, and I wasn't planning on having to pull apart my taillight module again. I thought that was going to be it, and that's it, you know. I hadn't planned on it. Everything happens for a reason, and this is an exact example. I wouldn't have thought, you know, hey, I'm gonna buy another taillight module and then make it LED. I would have never thought that. I was happy with just the way it was. I was gonna put LED bulbs in it, yeah, and I already bought them. It's like almost $60 worth. I was like sitting there looking at them, yeah. Oh well. I'll use them in some other project one day. I'm not worried. Oh yeah, a little life hack. Everybody, not just gearheads. If you have anything that's in a bottle like this, okay, you don't have to use the fancy little pop-up thing. That's how they dry out and clog. Use it right from the bottle, okay? When you get done with it, notice the air. You collapse the bottle just a little bit, and then put the lid on. Now, the action, the spring action of the molded bottle wants to go back to where it was, so it's trying to take a deep breath, but the cap is covering its mouth. What do you have? A vacuum. You have a very, very good vacuum, because I put it under negative pressure, close the lid, and now it can't go back. And it applies to everything. Everything like that. I came up with that a long time ago. It just came to me like, hey, yeah, do this. Okay, this hazes a little bit. And now you put another coat on. Can I tell you 2 coats? Now between the gel packs and this and LEDs are nice and cool. That's one of the things that messes up old housings like this, like the license plate lights that are on the car right now. Every Reatta, they didn't build the housings correctly. You know, everything's custom. You know, there's no more cars with this. Everything's custom. The reverse lights, the license plate lights, the turn signal modules in the front, everything's custom. 1150, yeah, 1156 bulb crammed in this tiny housing, and they all turn brown and crack and get full of water, and it's like, what? And that's one of the things about a hand-built car. Alrighty, now this is just a lamb's wool imitation bonnet you put on a polisher with the elastic. Okay, just put it on your hand. That was too big. So just make a taco out of it. No, it's not dry yet. Well, I don't know, let me see, what does it say? Apply dry cloth, wipe over interior, blah, blah, blah. Put it on twice. Allow it to dry. Alright. Well, now that I've wiped that. If it's just like that, then hey, I'll wipe another third time here.
Oh my God, you put it on twice. You violated the terms of service. Bailiff whack his pee-pee. Okay, now this bottle right here, see, it's got one of these. Now with this, it's obvious. I had to pull the cap off to take the tag off anyway. But especially a bottle like this, okay, just carefully, not until the product comes out, but just put it. Notice how it's got that. See, you can hear the air coming out. Hold it under pressure and put the lid on it, and there you go. It'll try to go back to where it was, but it's under a vacuum. Notice how that's collapsed like that. See that? Air doesn't get in. And there you go. I'm gonna put some. Speaking of air, I'm gonna blow some air on this here, gently. This entire unit, they must have had a bench with like. I got a pillow. I mean, 800 with everything. This like $900 tail light module. I mean, what is this, a Ferrari? I gotta call up. What was that, Tavarish? Yeah, I need a tail light for a Ferrari. $3,000? Okay. Did it dry yet? Not a big. Yeah. Alright. Alrighty then. How we doing on time here? Yeah, oh, okay. Yeah, I can't wait to get my new camera next month. That'll be nice. I'll keep this action cam that I'm using now. You know, I got one of those handheld braces that's on the attached to it right now with the tripod. And you just unclip it, and it's easy to look under things. Or you can mount it, get a magnet mount, all that. It's convenient, I mean, you know. And the other one that I'm going to use for making videos and taping, that's a little bit better. It's not one of those ridiculous fancy cameras. I don't have any need for that. I'm not like a money-making vlogger like that would rely on it for a job. This is just a hobby. It makes you think, oh shit, I just marred the plastic. No. Audible illusion. Once this is on the car, I will, what I can see here, the letters are held on about 50%, which is not acceptable. So once this is on the car, then you just hit them with a heat gun and just carefully pop them off, and they're recessed in where they go. You clean the area, and 3M weather strip adhesive with a Q-tip, just a tiny little blob, and press it on there, masking tape. Leave it a couple days. That's probably what they use. That's what it looks like. I'll give you a view of it in a minute here. When I did pull this apart, there was a lot of dirt. You know, the butyl had all let go. Not all of it, but enough. The incandescent bulbs, they get hot, and then it cools down, attracts the moisture. Moisture attracts dust, and it just starts piling up. And now I gotta pick lint out of him. Wiggle it just a little. And it's on the edges that are buried in the channel. Alrighty. And the next. Next will be to make sure that's all clean one last time, wipe down, and then put the butyl around the channel and put the cover on. Okay. We'll be back in a second here. Okay. Had a little delay there. Had to take care of something. There's the rest of the butyl. And you just begin in the middle. You want to pull it just a little bit. You have to yank it until it breaks. You don't, if it does, you don't have to freak out. I'm going to cut this. Oh, yeah. Cut that knot out of it right there. Once in a while, when you're using this, you'll notice they have a knot like that, and this is where they put it together on a new batch. You pull it down into the channel, stretch it just a little bit, and it goes down into the channel under tension. So it's already holding its own, you know. And what's nice about this, you can put it down and put a plastic bag over it to keep it clean, but it doesn't dry out. It's not like paint or something. It's going to be a big help not having the heat of those incandescent bulbs heating up everything. Getting near the end here.
Almost like there's two layers here. There we go. Join the two tracks. East meets west. Let the games begin. Alrighty. One last. So paranoid about handprints and oh, look at this piece of land. And you'll forever eyeball that if you know it's there. Okay. Had to go out and look. Yeah, it's raining off and on. Wow. So now we're gonna. There's no way around this. It has to be drawn together. It has to be clamped together. So. A couple of ratchet straps. Yeah, I need a pair of needle nose pliers. Huh. There's anything attached to that folder. Yeah, the humidity down here, boy, when it starts raining, oh, horrible. That's what makes the winters here harsh, because it's so humid. We're right near, you know, the Great Lakes. The wind, as the wind blows, that's nothing. Think about high up in the atmosphere. The wind's going hundreds of miles an hour. I mean, you don't think that on the land. Thank God. Or a jet stream. Imagine if that ever touched down on the land. I think it's like 300 or 400 miles an hour or something like that. We take a lot of things for granted on this planet. Alright, how are you supposed to... Oh, okay. Jeez, the way they got this thing packaged, where in the hell is it going? They got it strapped down to the package. There's all this wire all over the package. Vinyl coated wire holding it down, all the tie-off places. Holy crap, just put it in the cardboard box. Jeez. Alrighty, so is kind of overkill. Hopefully not kill. So I put the two hooks together and this in the little slot. And winding it. Don't position the hooks over the lens or anything. I don't want to permanently ruin these. I was going to cut it down. I'll get it just dimensions. Well, I had a buddy come over and help me, you know. I'm on my own here. Nobody helping me. Well, you know, if you got a helper. I have this on backwards. Leave it up to me. Holy crap. I can figure this out right on camera. Let's see. Oh, is this it? Hold it like that. And that's to. Okay. So this is coming around here. And this one is. Got it in backwards again. I am backwards. Let's see here. Trying to keep the mechanism away from the hooks. Mentally exhausting. My original one that I did, I had a different workbench. crap, what a cluster. I got this damn thing on backwards again? Yep. Wow. This struggle is real. Optical illusion, how this works. That's what's throwing me off. I got it. I had the handle backwards, and that makes you think that it's going a different way. The whole damn thing turns over. Yeah, they must have had like a jig or something to hold these while they were piecing them together. I can imagine having to wear the heat gloves. The pieces are hot when they come out of the mold. run over it with the heat gun to make sure it's it'll press down a lot easier. But this thing keeps rolling and rolling. Pain in the ass. Or all this, of course, is not gonna. I'll be lucky if this even goes back together correctly. I was lucky the first time. I didn't use butyl rope that time either. I think I used some kind of other caulking material. It goes together. That's what the butyl is meant for. Take up large voids where the plastic's not going to hook together correctly. You know, and they know that when it's engineered. I don't know what they use today. Probably a caulking in a probably one of those, you know, like electric ones in a factory. I looked for more welding vice grips, but I just couldn't find them. I don't know what happened to them. Might be in the other box with the welding shit. Is that possible? To line up the hole so I can put the screw. looks like a rib right there, huh? Push it with my hands. I don't have the hand power I used to. The other two are under the ratchets, perhaps. Oh, there's one right here. Holding it closed, but just not in that end here. There's a lot less gap in here. That's what that is. Around the curve. Well, no wonder they don't make these for cars anymore. Imagine a factory trying to mess around with this damn thing. Engineers probably looked at this and said, "You're nuts." We don't have time to. We don't have time to play around. You know. Some people don't realize it takes time to build a car, even when robots are doing it. It all takes time. I will be coming back to this because I got to put those baffle things on and make sure the clips are on correctly. You know, there's a lot to do. Taking these apart, putting them back together, I should say. Here's the other one. That's not one. Kind of sneak up on it. And it's going into metal hardware. Oh, it's just going into plastic. They got a J nut, or a body nut, sometimes they call them. Okay. Yeah, that's why they put those baffles on there to hold that down. Flip it in. It's not flipped in all the way. It's quite a process to put this together. I'll take it apart, you know, let's just remove the fasteners and pull and cross your fingers. Put it back together, that's so you got these clips on the bottom. Okay. Just leave the ratchet where it is. It's kind of a pain. That's not even tight. Now that it's moving together a little while. Oh. Want to make sure nothing is getting ready to break something, you know. Okay, that clip is in. That clip's almost in. I wish I had a couple more of these. Yeah. Okay. This one's getting loose. These are doing something right about time. Yep, that's exactly what that is. I gotta get, maybe I can use need some more clamps, that's what I need, but I don't have any. I don't do any woodworking. I don't think magnets, welding magnets aren't gonna hold a plastic. Oh, start rambling on while I'm nervous. but I don't have another pair of welding. Geez, I don't know where they are. I got at least a couple. I don't know where they are. It's weird. Be careful you don't crush a rag in there. Nothing to hold on to. It's just going up. C-clamp? Yeah, let me try. I had one of those. Jeez, I don't even know if I have one here. That'll hold it right there. You can see where the clips go in. That's what those metal clips are for, to hold the corners. And then the baffles, they call them baffles, they cover up the gap. I'm going to leave this right where it is. I'll put the other clip on and make sure the pins are lined up. I'm going to give this time to clamp itself down little by little. Because when that side's better, I'll take that big clamp off. I got to use it over here. I can use these right here. And this is down underneath. So we need a rag to cover it. clips are in. The butyl will take up the rest of the, just like the same butyl. I've said it a million times in this video. Butyl, butyl, butyl. And then that one clips in. One, two, three, four. This metal clip is in. Okay. These are on the top. The clip's almost in. We'll worry about that later. I have got to rest. Whew. Alrighty, folks. I'll be back for the last video. Will be all cleaned up and together, and the reflectors back on, and I'll light it up one time with the battery pack. Okay, cross your fingers. God bless you. Okay, I'm gonna wait to put the reflectors on. I have to really clean them. They're one's got a bunch of dirt on the inside of it, so it's easy. But and those don't, you know, aren't part of the. They just clip on here, one on each side, and there's little speed nuts that hold them on. You got to be careful when you put them on the plastic, you know. So okay, so this is all together. And this is what it's going to look like. My 1989 Buick Reatta taillight module LED. So this is tail light. Just when you have your headlights on, you know, parking lights on, that's your tail light. Or other countries, maybe they call it a running light. Usually that's only with trucks, though. The run, you know, clearance lights and whatever. But here's your running light. Okay. Here's your brake light. Here's your brake light. Come on, darn it. I'm just holding a wire to the post of the plug in. So here's your brake light. If you know the brakes are on, and then plus the spoiler, the red LED is about as long as the Buick letters are. Okay, so now here's a turn signal. Here's the other turn signal. Okay, and where's the reverse wire? That's its own thing because it comes off of the transmission switch. There's the reverse light. It's kind of odd. One is a white and one's like an off-white, but it blends nice. It's not so garish. You know what's nice too? Let me turn this down a little bit. Let's see here. I thought the hot was the... It helped if I had the power on. It's kind of a pain to hold this. Okay. What was I going to say? Oh yeah. Where the red reflector is, where the bands of these LEDs are attached to, is actually angled down towards the ground. I would guess maybe, because the bulbs are usually behind it, it kind of angles the light down away from people's eyes, which is nice. You're not getting a head-on direct, light right at you. It's kind of down, and it lights up the whole thing. I think it came out beautiful. There's not one mark, knock on wood. I mean, other than the natural occlusions of the Alexian when they molded it. So, in the next video, I'm going to show you how the rubber baffles came out. Those are those end pieces that cover up where the two case halves come together. It's like a rubber kind of gasket thing. You should see. Wait for that video. That'll be coming up next. I couldn't believe when I'm like, wow. So this is another thing for the Reatta community. Okay, so there's your tail light. There's your brake light. It'll do it better when the switch is in there. And there you go. Power pack off. Alrighty, you have a good night, folks, or a good day wherever you are. Bye-bye.
Had to put it back on my little jig that I have here. Here's half of the box that it came in. It's like a work table. I got the clamp on it again. I just ran the heat gun over it more to make the butyl make it flow a little bit better than it was. And when these were put together, you can tell, they were put together warm right out of the mold, as it ought to be, and that's it. And you over the years, it just, that's how plastic is. It evaporates, it dries out. Oxygen and ozone attack it, but at least this one's nice and clear. So, and plus it's raining again. I'm not going out there and working in the rain. No way. Sure, the day after, well, I just applied all the bug juice last night, but this rain, it won't hurt it. I put it down pretty concentrated. And if you know anything about that kind of insecticide, it works with water. So, alrighty. Bye-bye. Okay, so here's those baffles. A few days later. Look how it was white hand cleaner. Now it's like chocolate milk. Took all the, not all of them, but impurities and everything out of it, out of the rubber. And it's really not pliable, but it's not like hard as a rock anymore. You can bend it now, but it doesn't have to bend. It just has to conform to the edge of the tail light. And
Take them out of the bag here. I saw this t-shirt the other day, and I thought, you know, made me laugh. It said, YouTubers do it one-handed. I thought that was pretty cool. It's like it's glued. It's not really glued. The bag is just falling apart. Now you don't want to use any dish soap or anything. You don't want to wash off what you just put on. That would make it, that would probably kill it. Okay, because right now you opened up the pores of the rubber, and if you put a detergent in there, that would just kill it the rest of the way. The reason why rubber, you know, it literally dries out. The petroleum that it's made with evaporates. And geez, that's even a whole different color. It's actually black now. They were kind of, I could probably rub them down with, man, see the contamination coming off of there? I'm going to rub them down a little bit. We don't want to introduce any soap. Okay, so be right back in a minute. I just heated up a bowl of water. Don't put these in the microwave. Heated up a bowl of water for 5 minutes till it was, you know, boiling. And you put them in there, and now look how, now they're back to being rubber again, see? Only when they're warm, though. So, you take them off, I take them out of the water, and, I mean, this will prove how pliable they are. Okay, see, it's like brand new. All the oxide and everything, all the hydrocarbons are floated out, and now the water gets in there. Incredibly powerful, versatile acid known as water. Hydrates, permeates just about everything in one way or another. We'll learn the properties of water one day. We think we know it all, we don't know nothing. Okay, so I'll come back to you when I got them on the module.
Hasta la vista.